Hey guys, welcome back to the live stream. Today we are working on wrapping up John and Susan's adventure van build, and we're working on the Ecoflow AC to DC smart distribution plant panel. That's a mouthful. So this box is, besides the main panel that takes in all the power from the shore power, DC to DC charging and solar, this one is what's going to basically run all the stuff in your van. So I think one of the main reasons people like to get this kit, so we're working with the Ecoflow Independence 5 kilowatt hour kit. So this is the box, and you can see it's already pre-done. It's clean. I mean, it doesn't have anything but just places to blank out holes. That piece of tape is right there because I started to snap the blank out and I changed my mind. But I might change my mind again. Anyway, what you have in this box, if you guys don't know, this box, you start over here on the left-hand side and you've got your line, neutral, and ground. So that's going to be coming from your AC side. So if you can imagine, you have an inverter behind this box, which is in the van. So that big box on the top middle, that is your inverter, your DC to DC charger, your MPPT solar charge controller, your shore power connector. That's what that box is. So that's the main Ecoflow system. Over there in the right-hand corner on the floor, that is the Ecoflow 48-volt battery bank. It's essentially the equivalent of just slightly over 400 amp hours of lithium batteries. So lithium iron phosphate to be specific. And yeah, so that's the system we're working with. So today we're taking that piece of wood enclosure. We've already painted the panels, and that's already over here on the table. So all the panels are ready to go. Today is connection day. So this is the fun day. This is the day where we're really not we're not pulling wire anymore. We're not really making anything. We're connecting everything that we've already tested. So it's the send-off of the electrical system. So that box that's in there, that's your inverter is enclosed in that box, and it's going to come through this hole, this wire, and then connect here. And then when you see inside, I'm actually going to connect it through this bottom blank, and I'm going to use this one for my wires, such as my hot water heater, outlets, and stuff like that. As we make our way over, these are your circuits. So you get to have, you've got 6 different circuits that you can have for your AC output. So 6 different circuits. So we're going to be using one for the hot water heater. We've got 2 outlets. We have, hot water heater, 2 outlets, microwave. So we're only using 4, so you have 2 more that you could use if you wanted to add something. There's already one integrated plug in the system itself in the back of the van. So if you guys can see, I'll show you when we walk over there. But and the frame rate is still low. What is going on? I just fixed that. Yeah, I appreciate it, Jamie. Yeah, that's why I did a stream yesterday. Man, why is it so low? All right, guys, let's see if we can, this is an important video today, so let me see if I can fix this internet issue. Well, there it goes. The frames just came back. Yeah, let's pause real quick. Let's do a little internet check. We'll just turn the other stuff off. I had this issue the day before yesterday. As you guys probably saw the stream, I just had to cut it off because the internet went out. All right, so let's come over here. Let's mess with a couple things. Okay, let me turn this off. Let's see if we can double check this internet now. Oh, the internet. We have very nice internet in the shop. It's super, super fast. And so I had about almost 36, 38 megabits upload. All right, let's see here. So Jamie says it's good now. Let me do a little speed test real quick. And then we'll get started. We'll keep going. We'll keep going. This is an important video today. Okay, so I'm going to turn this guy off. Give me 1 second. Man, the internet is all over the place. So 10, let me see if I can actually change this. See if I can change my bit rate live. So basically what you want to do is, we're just going to nerd out here for a second, but your upload speed, wow, that is, well, hopefully we can stream today. 10, let's just bring this down to 10. Okay, we brought it down to 10. Let's see what we got. So basically what we're doing over here on this side is we're testing it, and typically I almost have 40, but we're all the way down to 10. So I've moved it down to 10. That's the limit. Okay, enough nerding out. Should be smooth right now. Let me check my phone. We'll get back to what we were talking about. Let's see here. And typically, okay. All right, so I fixed the frames. Let's get back to talking about Ecoflow. Let's stop troubleshooting. I don't know, troubleshooting is kind of my life, so it's not that inconvenient. If anybody's going to fix it, I have to figure out how to fix it. All right, guys, Ecoflow. We're talking about Ecoflow power system. We've got the power hub inside, and we are running our power wires to this box. This is the AC, DC smart distribution box. So this box, we talked about the AC side at the beginning of the stream. Now we're going to move over to the DC side. So the DC side of this box, this is the really cool part. The first 6 here are remotely controlled circuits, so you can toggle them on and off with your phone. Now this is kind of like the setup we did in Thomas's van with the Red Arc system. So the Red Arc system, it had a number of different wirelessly controlled circuits. I think it was 6, and then we added a Garmin power switch, and we added 6 more. So he has 12 Bluetooth controllable circuits. So this one you can use the Ecoflow app. You can control these 6, and then on the panel inside the van you can control these 6 as well. So we're going to populate as much as we can today with what's in the van. We're going to go up here and we're going to get the proper fuses. So when you get this kit from Ecoflow, it's going to pre-populate this with all 20 amp fuses, and then they're going to give you a bunch of fuses in little baggies to help you populate it to the appropriate amperage. You don't want to leave just the 20 amps in there and connect your things. It'll work, but it's gonna do no good in protecting your circuit. So you need to go through all your owner's manuals, look at the products and the pumps and stuff like that, and make sure that you're sizing the fuse to the wire that's providing power to whatever system. And if you want to get technical like me, you can undersize a couple things. So you want to make sure that whatever you're running, the fuse is going to protect. For example, the Webasto, we have a 15 amp and then a 2 amp fuse in a line. So it's 17 amps, but we have the circuit protected at 20 because we don't want the circuit to shut off sooner than the 2 fuses for the circuit, if that makes sense. All right, so we're gonna hop right into the van. We got a lot of work to do today. We got to get this enclosure finished, and let me show you the face frame that's gonna be going over this. So what we have here is, let's see, before I show you this, this is just a simple construction for the power system. Very basic, simple, 2x4. Pocket hole screwed in here. I have built this strong enough technically to where you could put some L-track on here and you could mount some stuff. I'm not doing that. If you wanted to, maybe in the future, but for a DIYer, kind of overbuild this. So in the future, if you wanted to mount something to it, you've provided enough structure to do that. So this is our panel that goes in the back. We do have to crimp a terminal onto this ground cable. So there's a ground, we've got 3 grounds. So we got 1 ground to the Ecoflow, we got 1 ground to the box, and then we've got 1 ground going to the, kind of circling back to the chassis of the van. So we're going to explain, this is going to be a long live stream, we're going to explain all of this stuff. All right, so this panel is going to come over here, and you can see how I've constructed it. We've got our supports here and here. Again, this is completely overkill. You could do this with thinner material. It's just easier to bolt to. Back here, also, by the way, this is also going to be just a behind the scenes for John and Susan, so that if anything in the future, if they kind of are wanting to check a fuse or something like that, this will be the process to check these fuses. Now, these two in here is a 15 and 2 amp for the Webasto heater. Those two will be accessible through this top cover. You can remove this top cover and then you can access these. And all you gotta do is just open this up and slide it forward. And then you can see that the fuse is right there. And then all you do, if you just replace it, pop it back in, and those are both waterproof housings. There's only so much line that Webasto gives you, so that's why those are terminating there. And then what I've done is I've extended that wire. So right here, you guys can see this has been extended with a Wago connector and zip tied accordingly. And so that just kind of sits there nice and neat. And now this is my cable. It's labeled Webasto heater 12 volt. And now this will be my power supply coming from the AC/DC distribution box. So there's one of my wires. So that is going to have Havelock wool all stuffed in there. The rear part of this chamber is going to remain open. That is to feed the communication cable for the screen, the Webasto, and for the big chunky 48 volt battery line connector right here for Ecoflow. Now, I've designed it to where if John and Susan in the future want to expand their power system, so they need a little bit more power needs, that corner is designed to have room do have another battery stacked on top of it. You can actually stack 3. I don't think their bed is going to allow for 3. 2 batteries is going to be great. I mean, that's almost 800 amp hours, or that is 800 amp hours essentially. So that Ecoflow battery can be taken out and removed in that position. You will have to come in, take this top lid off, and come through here and unbolt 2 screws. There's a safety bracket attached to the Baltic birch ply that is riv nut into the van. So that is the, I mean, it's not going anywhere. You got 2 bottom plates from Ecoflow that kind of take care of it horizontally. You've got the 2 tie-down straps from Ecoflow. That's your vertical safety, and then your tilting is that brackets you guys can't see, but that's in there. You'd have to take this top off to do that. So let's look at what we're doing here. We've got our box, and if you're wondering why there's so much room in here, we've got a lot of cables. We have all these cables, and then we have so pretty much all of this. There's more cables you can't see on camera, but all this has got to fit in this box. So that is what we're doing on this video. You get to see the whole thing. It's going to be very exciting. Transformation, start to finish, is always good on YouTube, right? Okay, so we're just going to temporarily hold this panel right here until I'm going to show you how to measure, or how I measure to get the punch down tools and everything, so that I know where to pre-drill my holes, and then I'll bolt this. Because the cool thing about the way I designed this is this panel is pretty much going to live here forever. So we're going to screw this in, and it's just going to stay here. We can access all the wires to this back panel. We can put our box in here, and then I've got a really cool thing that I think you guys will like. It's the way that I designed the top of this. So you can't get away with the wires coming out and being visible. So I'm trying, I went for like a nice modern, stylish way to kind of hold the wires back. And so if you want to get fancy, just stay simple. That's the easiest way to do it. So we have this panel, and you can see we have this nice kind of contoured opening. And what this opening is going to allow us to do, oh, by the way, you can see these little white dots. So those are my indicators to let me know where to pre-drill the holes. We got 3 coats of paint on each of these panels. One thing we're going to do is we will sand one last time, and we'll do a touch-up paint while this is in place. So that way, like any stuff that I don't like, I mean, anybody would be fine with this, but there's some, I like the details. So you can imagine this is going to go in this spot. And then when this gets bolted in, this will kind of all come in together, just like that. But this opening here is where all the cables are going to come through. So they're just going to come up through this little opening here. And I think it'll look really cool. Nice and minimal. If you're wondering what these 2 things are, John had wanted to use some extra lights for cargo lights. And I was thinking of how I was going to put those in there to where it would look good. And I came up with, I came up with the same line here. Again, you guys see there's the support, so I had to skip this middle section. But we're just putting 2 more puck lights right there. And so that, Depending on where I get out today, I might be able to sneak in a switch. If not, these are going to be controlled via the touchscreen. So there'll be one of those touchscreen and phone circuits where you touch it on and touch it off. So what we're going to do right now is I'm just going to do a visual, I guess you can kind of call it like a little visual look here. And I'm making sure that when I go back to find my places where I'm going to bolt this down, that I have enough. Let's see here. Okay. All right, so I feel pretty good about that. And again, as a DIYer, keeping things square is just going to be the biggest challenge if you're doing wood building, as opposed to 80-20. You can see, you can make it look really nice, but just know that, for example, this square here, this is perfectly square here and here, but then it tapers down to here. This panel is perfectly square, so your panels have to be square. You're gonna have to work around this 2x4 stuff because it's just the nature of it, to be quite honest. Okay, so we've got this panel where we want it. We're gonna take this off. I'm going to punch down 6 places where I want to bolt this in to here. And then what I'll do is I'll come back and I'll drill it out, and then we can screw it into the panel itself. And if you're doing this, you kind of want to make a, let's see, turn this camera back on. When you're working with these panels, to make sure your bolt holes are visual, you're going to want to have some type of standard. So my standard so far, since I've been using the 2x4s, is you have 1.5 inches divided by 2. We got 3/4 inch. So 3/4 of an inch is what I've been sticking with when I've been putting these panels together as like a little offset. And I've got my hydraulic crimper kit because we're going to be crimping some cables. So the goal in the shop today is to get all these panels put in and the system working by this afternoon, so we can actually fab our overhead storage. That'll be a separate video, but we've got 5 of these. I think these are 10 by 13 or something like that. And I've already drawn out what it's going to be. I just got to cut the wood and build them. Okay, so we have our panel here. So let's get some dust out of the way. So our second panel in the background, that is, bring you guys a little bit closer. Okay, where's my square? So what I have is I got my square and I've got a center punch, and that's what I'm going to use to get these holes. like I said, when we were doing this earlier, you want to visually see where you're going to need to, I'm trying to say, to make sure you have something behind there to screw into. So we've already done that, but okay. We want to be as precise as possible, but we don't want to, we don't have to go crazy. So just kind of go back and forth a couple times until you have your 3/4 by 3/4 offset. And then you're just going to punch down, and then that is where you want to drill your hole. And if you're building your own van, you want to get in the habit of doing this, because just like the cedar ceiling we put in, having a template for your screw holes, it just makes the quality of the build so much better. Now we're going to use a tape measure to do the middle. Funny enough, this panel came in at exactly 4 feet, which is, I'm not kidding. I just cut a piece of wood to start with, and I was like, well, let's just start with 4 feet. And I don't know if it's experience or luck, but it was exactly 4 feet to the Ecoflow battery. It was kind of cool. Now we are going to pre-drill these. We're not going to do the self-tapping screws that we did in the other side, because this is sanded ply from Lowe's, so this is the same as some other panels we did in the van. The water system was that was the last of our Baltic birch, and so that wood is extremely dense, so it can take the abuse of a self-tapper. Yeah, so we're just going to get our tape measure, 24 inches, and then we're going to come in Yeah, but if you want to add some craftsmanship to your van, just take extra time like this in measuring your screw hole placement. It's just going to look like you bought it right off the shelf. So see, that didn't take that long. I need to see what screws I'm using. So I'm using a number 10 screw and a 3/16 drill bit. Because again, what we don't want to have happen is we don't want the threads of the screw to catch this panel. We want them to grab into the panel, what am I trying to say? The frame that we built inside the van. Okay, looks good. Okay, let's get these screws. Let's put this panel in. So again, you guys can see this kind of last view of this until we put this on. I will need, I can do that after I put this on. All right, let's see if I can. Okay, so there's a lot of things in play right now that are going to affect your, I guess, squareness of your panel. Easiest way to explain it. So we got our floor section, and about right over here on my right foot is where the transition is. So that is like slight tilt. We've got this corner. In the end, it's going to look good, but just don't be too hard on yourself if you're trying to make it look nice and you keep running into places where stuff just keeps not fitting. Even with 80/20, I had the same issue. So. This Milwaukee M12, man, this is the best. It's the best. Okay, just triple checking over here. Looks good. And I'm not worried about like scuffing or nicking anything because I'm gonna lightly sand this again and just do a little touch-up coat while this is in place. We're not going to over tighten it, we're just going to get it nice and snug. And we're going to push it down in the back. There's a little opening here at the back, but we're not going to worry about that. Now I went a little, just slightly bigger, you know, maybe a 1/16 of an, or an 1/8 overall, just to give me some flexibility. Okay. This is solid. All right, that panel, it's good to go. Now I just want to take into account things that we won't be able to get to as we continue this build. So just kind of keeping that in mind. You know, what is stuff that we're not going to be able to get to as we kind of keep working with this. Okay, that's all good. And we'll do Havelock very, very last because I still need to make sure all my cables are going to route well with this kind of panel idea. It is just an idea right now. All right, so got all my gummy tape. There we go. Just keep that looking nice on camera. Okay, as you can see, this little block, that's just a support. It's just a nailer block, as you would call it. It's just a place so that when we go halfway, we can drill into that. So this will be a spot where I'm going to put a screw right here, but I will have to offset this back one. That's the only one that might look out of place, but I had to do that on the kitchen galley too, so it's not a big deal. But as being a very detailed person, sometimes I try to avoid that, but it's, you have to kind of balance getting it done versus getting it to look exactly how you want it. Okay, at this moment, we're going to go ahead and plug in. I'm going to plug this battery in because I just want to get this cable out of my way. So that's kind of where this is going to live, and it's actually going to bend up like that. So now, let's see if our theory about having been able to bend the cables is actually going to work. I had to shift the whole Ecoflow. Yesterday I had to shift the whole thing, the whole box over about 4 inches. So I moved it from here all the way over to here to give me some more length on this cable. I didn't like how it was binding slightly. And now we're gonna bring this over. And oh yeah, we're fine. That's great. That's awesome. Yeah, that's gonna work just fine. So what I'm talking about painting this again is when this gets pushed down, I need to do a little filler here and just clean that one little spot up. That's all. Who knows? I actually may put one more coat of paint on that. Okay, next. So we're doing kind of the steps of what are some things that what are things that we can't get to. So these two lights. So let's go ahead and run some Wago connectors and a light and a cable for that light. See if I can find my wires. So I don't need my heavy gauge stuff. I just need my light gauge. There we go. This is think this is the lightest we have in the shop. 16. I'll do it for me. I need, let's see, 1. So we need a 3. Get a 3 connector Wago. All right, we got our cable. We got our Wago kit. Got our wire stripper. What else do we need? We've got our, let's book on here. All right, I got my chat on my phone if you guys have questions. Some zip ties. We're gonna need our permanent marker to label. And then, of course, we need 2 of our extra lights. Okay, so we got our 2 garage lights here. These are just some extra that we had. Technically we had 1 extra, but I'm gonna throw in 1. Throw in 1 extra for these guys. It's more, I like what John said one day. He said, builder's discretion. I think I'm gonna start using that on a bunch of builds. There's some things that we couldn't really decide on what we wanted to do, and he just said builder's discretion. I like that. So I was gonna put 1 light in here, but I was like, 1 light would just kind of look weird, so I wanted to do 2. So 2, it should be plenty of brightness. Now what you want to do, let me make sure that we are, the camera is very clear on this part of the video. Getting into a little how-to here. All right. I thought I wasn't going to do any wiring, but I'm going to do a little bit more wiring. So let's just kind of guess here at what we need. There should be plenty. And then we're going to come through the box, come up around, and then come inside the box. So this should be. All right, the 3 tools, let's call it the 4 tools you gotta have. You gotta have these big snips, okay? You gotta have these big ones. I'm not gonna lay this out here. These big ones. You're gonna need these strippers. I like them because you can take off the jacket of the marine wires. So that's that protective jacket. That's why marine wiring is the best to use in a van. So that, around edges, you're not having it chafe on the bare wire. Now, believe it or not, there is a, I mean, I kind of have it memorized, but there is a specific length that you need to, on your Wago connector, if you guys didn't know this, on the Wago connector, there is a little gauge. There's 2 arrows, and that is going to tell you, so you can see how I've memorized the exact size. That is going to tell you how long the wire needs to be stripped to go in here effectively. Now we're just going to twist these 2, and I'm doing this backwards. We'll crimp the backside later. Okay, so right here we've got our 2 wires. We're going to connect these lights. So the Wago connector has these little things that you flip up, and then you're able to insert one side of the wire. So let's just say we're doing the ground first. See, you just push the wire in, flip it down, and that's now connected. In Europe, I've actually seen they use these for home electrical, like household electrical, instead of the twist on style that we use for AC voltage. So see, I've got one in the ground. Now this will be a little tricky, but we're going to have to put these in. I'm going to have to wire it from behind. That's why I said we need to do stuff that we can't get to easily first and then come out. So we'll pop these in, and I'm going to put them in here, but let me show you what I'm doing behind the scenes. So I'm taking the ground wire, I'm sticking it in here, and then I'm flipping this down, and then we're going to take the second LED. I'm going to stick it into the Wago connector, and I'm going to flip it down, okay? So now, and then I'll do the same for the positive wires. So now what we have is both of these are connected together, and then we just have one wire that's going to go to the fuse box, to that wireless toggled control, and then that way John and Susan can go on the touchscreen and turn their garage lights on. So I'm going to take, let's see here. Okay, so I'm just going to take one of those off, and then I'm going to, it doesn't matter what hole I stick this in, because it's going to come out the backside the same way. So I'm just going to do the top one first. So just get the wire through, and then I'm going to flip these little wings, these little springs back. And I'm right close to my 2x4, so I need to have these springs. I actually want them to be vertical when they go in, because the 2x4 is right here, so I want these to be vertical. Okay, and then I'm just going to get those in there like that, and then I don't push in the middle. Okay, so like that. Okay, then now I can come back here and get another Wago and connect this up. Now, in a Wago connector, they're all going to the same place, depending on how you wire it. But I like to have the first part of the Wago connector be my, power supply, and the second and third, if I'm using a 3-way, be what's going to a device. It's just, I don't know, might be a picky thing. So same thing, we're just going to feed this wire through here. And then we've got, now be careful, we don't want to scratch our paint. That would be, this is ScuffX paint, but I don't want to, I still don't want to redo it. Okay, so now we're just going to do ground. Ground on there. Come up, get the positive, and give these a really nice tug. Make sure they are not going anywhere. And then what I do is I take a zip tie and I zip all those wires together. Because we're in a van. It's not shaking now, but driving down the road, you don't want this thing falling apart. Now they're going to be able to pull this wire through, and okay, first tool, second tool, third tool is going to be your flush cut tool. That's your other best friend. Okay, so that's there. And then what we're going to rely on is we're going to stuff this with Havelock. So this right here, that'll be solved by the Havelock. So don't, we can put that work on the Havelock. Okay, now you can open those two up and replace those lights if they burn out very, very easily. That's another point of the Wago connector. So right here on this line, we're going to write garage LED, and we're going to do 12 volt, and that's it. So we write garage. Well, hold on. I messed that up. I gotta go back. We're gonna cut that off in a second. Garage LED 12 volt. Okay, same thing. We're gonna take our strippers, we're gonna come in here, and this one needs to be, because of this fuse panel, I've noticed, I need to be a little bit more, I need to have a lot more wire length. So you see I just did that twice. And sometimes these are a little sticky, so you gotta, the trick is if this doesn't grab right, just put your finger on this one and help it push down. And then now you can see we can slip. We can slip all these off. So this is the wire play that we need. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and open these up a little bit. And go ahead and twist them so they don't get all frayed. Man, my frames are dropping again. Sorry guys, this internet is just... It's always interesting to me that when it rains, the internet is worse. So I don't know. Somebody put that down in the comments why that is. All right, and the fourth tool that you need to have in your arsenal is this Jonard Tools CST-1900. This thing is awesome. That's your fourth tool. So this tool is what you're going to use for like this ground wire. So if you have a terminal like this, you can mark it with your fingernail and then take this, lift it up, it clamps on here, just kind of go in the reverse direction. Well, that's clockwise technically. And then depending on how you slit this, it will go ahead and it will actually take off in the exact amount of rubber without cutting into the copper. Really, really nice. And then in a second, we're going to take this and we're going to crimp this together. We'll put some heat shrink on it, and then we'll move on from there. Yeah, so this one is actually going to go to this box. Okay, Yeah, hopefully the internet will work with us here, guys. It doesn't help that I'm filming in 4K, but usually the internet's fine. So we're gonna go get our other tool, which is our hydraulic crimper. This is just an Amazon special, nothing fancy. Let's see, let me move the camera down a little bit. So for this one, cut this just a tad long, but that's okay. Let's see. Oh yeah, it's gonna be just fine. So we're using a 6-gauge ground wire. I've got 2 6-gauge ground wires in this circuit. And then we got our crimper piece right here. So that is actually going to come into our clamp. We're going to drop these dies, these little press dies in here. And it's got a metric on there, but I went ahead and took a marker and wrote down the gauge equivalent just visually so I don't have to keep going back and forth. They should be accurate, but at the end of the day, it really comes down to what is actually going to crimp it properly. So, different wire. I use different wires sometimes, or different ring terminals, and they tend to, some are thicker than others. They should all be a standard, but not all of them are exactly perfect. So we're just going to get this in here. Start our crimp. We're just holding this in place so that I'm trying to do this one-handed. Yeah, we just get down on it. And I just like to sit there for a second before I release it. And then I go in and check. So see, that one did not work. So what we need to do is get a different die. So sometimes these are they're not all made the same. So even though that was a 6-gauge terminal, as you guys just saw, I'm going to grab my 8-gauge. And I should not have pulled the wire out. I just did it on camera so you guys could see that you need to check that. Because I actually could have used that. Could have used that instead of wasting it. So I'm going to go over here and get another one. Also, these are UL listed. So if it's possible and you can find UL listed solid copper terminals, that's where you want to go. Okay, again, 6/6, and then we've got we changed this to our 8 die. And so this one, now you can kind of start it to get it to grip. And then just want to make sure you push the wire in the back while you're crimping it down. Now the crimp's going to look a little bit different because we're using a smaller die, so it's not going to be the prettiest crimp. So as you guys can see here, it kind of flares out on the edge. But what we're going to do is we're going to put a piece of heat shrink on there, and then that's going to fix it for us. So this one is very, very nice, and so we've got a very good crimp on here. We're going to get our heat gun in just a second, and we'll put some heat shrink on there to make it, to clean it all up. And then we can continue. Next step, we're going to get our box in here. So let me get a Phillips screwdriver for the Ecoflow. The screw that I'm going to put that on, and then I'll come over here and get heat gun. I've got a battery heat gun, but you really want to use again, Harbor Freight, just as good. But you do want to have something with pretty good heat. Okay, so this is the one that's going to go to the back of our Ecoflow. Okay, we're just going to let that cool down for a second before we connect it. But we can at least loosen the screw here. I was looking in the manual and I didn't see this connection. When I was testing out the grounds, if you're connected to shore power, you'll have a, like if you use a outlet, electrical outlet, tester, you're going to have a solid ground. But if you have if you're disconnected from shore power, you'll have like a floating ground, if that makes sense. Because your van it's on rubber wheels. Unless you got like a wire. Like a wire hanging down from your van. All right, so this guy's gonna be just like that. Okay, we've got a bunch of slack here. That's what we want. So we got nothing is under tension. And don't worry, we got that's the Havelock's going to keep everything nice and quiet from flopping around. But this again is going to come over here, so we just need to make sure we've got room for it to do so. All right, as we step on our Wagos. If you do buy Wagos, what you want to do is just get two boxes, because I mean you can use them for all kinds of stuff in the van. The ones that are the for 2 wires, yeah, you're gonna definitely get some extra ones of them. You'll go through them very quickly. Okay, I've got 2 more heat shrinks. That means I must have 2 more wires that I did not. A heat shrink. Nope, a heat shrink that one. Must be this one. There we go. This is what I'm talking about. How it kind of fans out. So again, yeah. It's okay. We're going to put heat shrink on it. It's going to be in the box. Just doing the job. Okay, so the 2 grounds, so this is the ground that's necessary for the forward lights in the rear of the van to be properly grounded. So we've taken those wires because they're shorter, and we have a screw that has tied those in. This is what's going to go right underneath it, and then both of these will be connected inside the box in the Ecoflow. Okay. All right, guys, it is time. We're going to get our Ecoflow box. We're going to bring it in. It's got all the pieces. It's got the snap-on shield. It's got all the mounting screws you need. One thing that's nice about the Ecoflow system is it comes with everything, all the screws. That's one thing when I do my custom power systems, I'm always having to go drive and get some screw that I didn't have. So first up, what you're going to have is you get this diagram. Gives you dimensions. They're in millimeters. Got your cover, your knockouts. Simple wire diagram to let you know where the wires are coming from. And then this is something you can label if you need to let you know what is what. Okay. So the two things we need to do is I've offset this about an inch from the bottom, and I did that because I'm going to have both the we're going to have the 12-volt line come in, and that's going to actually come in from underneath. So it's going to need to have room to bend and come up under there. And then the next one that we have is the the AC connection. If I can find the end of the wire. The battery, I wish they would have a longer cable. All the other cables are extremely long. So I don't have a problem with other cables, just the battery cable I wish was longer. All right, we got these two cables right here. So now the rest of our cable is going to come through these two windows. If we don't have enough room, we can use the bottom knockouts. So I'm not going to knock them out yet, just like this one over here. But if I need to, we might. So I'm not sure if we're going to need to or not. All right. So, but I do need these knockouts down here. So we're just going to kind of flex this piece of plastic, and they come right out. We need it for the AC. We're just going to flex. That's going to come right out. I'm recording this video, so if it's choppy, I'll re-upload this. Okay, you see we have our AC, and then you come up under here, and then we have our DC. Okay. Okay, there's that. So first we're going to put our positive in. It does not matter the order if the system is not powered on, which reminds me, make sure your system is not powered on. That would not be good. Don't want that to happen. Don't do that. Another live stream, there's a quirk about the Ecoflow, and it has a way that it likes you to turn it on and off specifically, or it's going to get unhappy. Yeah, just need to make sure that you do this. I'll teach you the startup sequence. Okay, we got our negative and our positive. Double check. We're DC, not AC. And then now we got over here, we've got the line, neutral, and ground. If it looks awkward, I am trying to do this for the camera, so. So left side is what powers your home appliances, coffee maker, microwave, hot water heater. If you're using a residential style hot water heater in your van, which I would recommend. The hydronic heaters, all that stuff's really nice. I'm not saying you shouldn't get that. Maybe if I put one in a van one day, I'll change my mind, but we will see. If you guys are not already subscribed, get subscribed to the channel. We do long form videos like this about van installs, building vans. So although the channel is called Van Builder HQ, I teach you guys to build DIY camper vans. My business, the business that this van is Odyssey Custom Vans. So John and Susan found me at an expo that we went to as Odyssey Custom Vans. And we put this build together. So they are the new owners of this adventure van. So we are really excited to get this done for them this week. Yeah, we just got our back panels here. We've got an upper storage cabinet and over the sink. And that's it, guys. That's all we have left on this van. I do have to clean up some solar zip ties and just stuff like that on the roof, but put this L-track in. But yeah, other than testing the water, that's pretty good. Okay, these are all screwed in, so let's just take a screwdriver and just double check that these things are nice and tight. And would you know it, I'm actually going to take this out right here. I'm going to use this. There we go. It's gone. Because this is going to be, so this is where I'm tying in that chassis ground. So the ground on the hub and the chassis right here. So this is not the chassis ground. This is relinking all the rear end lights and stuff like that I disconnected because if you don't pull these wires off and make room, you will not have room for a proper ground wire for your van. So make a proper ground wire. Nice chunky ground wire for your van. Now, where I'm, I guess what you could call this, where I'm bonding these together, I guess that's the way you would explain it, is right here where this terminal is here, right here. So I'm putting the ground to the van. I'm bolting that in first, and then on top of it, I'm going to put the, if I got enough room here, I'm tying in all the lights. I'm tying in the stuff that I took away earlier. Okay. Yeah. And again, I'm looking awkward here because I'm trying not to scratch the paint and film and do all kinds of stuff here. Okay, let's see if I can get that. Very good. All right. What we just did is our main connections to the box. Coming from our inverter to power our AC circuits, grounding to the chassis of the van, coming over here to the right, our positive and negative for our DC output of the power hub. So now we're going to take this, and this is just our first wave of wires, and we're going to make sure that we got plenty of room to cleanly get this stuff in here. No pinching. Now there's been no test fit. This is just me just measuring. I'm trying to make sure that we're pretty close. All right. Yeah, what did I say about measuring? Let's see if I can get this. It's gonna be very tight. So let's see if I can get this in here. Okay, that was a fun experiment, guys. We're gonna have to. I got too clever on this one. So we're gonna have to do exactly what I just did one more time. No big deal. This is building vans. So the way that I designed it is for these wires to come into the box in this in here. Okay, well, at least I showed you where the wires go. Okay, so the problem, you'll see here, that this box fits in here very, very snug. You know me, I'm kind of ADD about precision. Okay, that is that. Now the wires come through. The wires can't come through and then the box go in. That was the part I goofed on. That's okay. So now we're going to look through for our screws. So we've got a pack of screws, extra pack. So these are extra. I guess if you strip these screws out. Machine screws for this panel. It goes over that. This is the panel you can label. There's labels in the box. Okay, so we're going to take these screws. We're going to bolt that unit in. Okay, here we go. All right. Okay, let's get our drill. We're going to pre-drill these. They're very shallow on the wood. Even though I got it as tight as you guys can see, it is still too close to not kind of start popping those cracking that wood. Okay. And this is just like a 16th of an inch bit. All right, don't be confused by these tabs. That is what this cover snaps into. It's not where the screws go, if any of you were wondering. See that help us down here? I think this bottom was just too close. I do think it's funny they designed it as if you're going to be drilling into like thin sheet metal, not wood. It's if this box, if the lip, as a DIY, like somebody that likes teaching you guys how to DIY, this lip should be much thicker. It's too close. It's so close that even when I do this, it's too much. It's too much on the edge of stripping, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Okay, so we got 4 on the left, 4 on the right. There's no like top or bottom screw, so that's good. And so I'm going to come through here and find my torque setting. That's what I like about this Milwaukee. I'm on 4. That just allows me to not strip the screws. Okay, look at this. We're back where we started. But don't worry, that means that we really know that we can do this. So, and to be honest, it's actually a little easier coming in at this angle with this supported. Did I say that too fast? Okay, I'm gonna have to get in front of the camera just for a minute. And what I'm doing is I'm just kind of barely setting my screws in here. Just so I can kind of move the wires around on the back side, and then I'll Make sure they're not pinching, and then I'll tighten everything down. What's kind of sad about this part of the build is this is like my most favorite part about building the vans is like having all the systems together. But as soon as all the systems are together, I don't get that much time to play with it. Because it's off for the new owners. I think that's why I may do another spec build next year. Okay, these are in there, super tight, good to go. Moving on here. Keep all your screws from Ecoflow in these little baggies. Keep them in these. Keep at least one of these boxes with you. Okay, I'm gonna try this ground again. This ground was a little finicky as far as how I wanted to be bolted up in here. Okay, let's see. And I know I wanted one of these wires I wanted to have higher up. I'm not sure how I can do that now. Okay, you were wanted to be there. This one's here. Okay, that is really good. Now, DC. Where did my DC go? Now, I'm going to say this and it's going to happen, but I've got a little slot in the floor where right behind here, then I cannot lose these screws. So if you're in the same situation, just take your time. Okay, it's in now. It's finally in. You can kind of celebrate. Now we need to take we need to start doing our cable management here. We need to take this is our DC line. So we're going to take it, I'll take it back here. And so we're going to take it and DC, we're going to put it up here. Okay, that's our DC line. It's going to come into here. So we need to pull all the slack. Again, that's why we got this big old chamber here, so that we can, as neatly as possible, contain these super long cables that, you know, we really can't cut these. I mean, you could, but I would not do that. Okay, so those cables are now right down here. That's a great place for them. They're actually fitting. That's fitting really great. Yeah, that's surprisingly good. It's almost like we designed it that way. The 110 outside. So this guy's kind of making its way in here. It's not time for this cable to come through, but it is saying like, hey man, let's go ahead. That's our 110 volt outside cable. So next we want to get our AC. Yeah, hold on. Not ready for you yet. This is our AC line. This one, AC out. So that's right here. So remember, we have this little fancy lip that we got here, so we need to act like it's already there and kind of get the wire going in that direction. Make sure you don't have any shore power hook up. You don't have any shore power. Actually, I'm sorry, it goes over here. Make sure you don't have any shore power connected. You don't have any solar connected when you're working on your Ecoflow. It really does not like any of those things to happen. So right now, all of these cables right here, we're going to the ground, AC, and DC, as well as the communication cable. We're going to go ahead and get those zip tied together. So we're jumping around here, but this is all on video. You guys can stop, rewind, fast forward, all that good stuff. We're plugging in, doesn't matter which port, we're plugging in the communication cable. It doesn't matter which port, but it does matter to me kind of what order the wires are zip tied in, just for visual appearances. So we're going to have our communication cable come here. So we're going to go DC, AC, communication, and ground. DC, AC, communication, and ground. And that's going to be our order coming into our box, so that looks professionally done, professionally installed. Go. Now this is going to go into this box, this communication here, in just a second. So we can get one more on there. These cables don't have to be unplugged. It's kind of a nuisance, but when you go to put this into storage, and I'm talking about like a long-term storage where you're going to actually cut the full power off, there's nothing in the fridge, you're not charging it. You'll need to unhook the alternator cables and the solar. It's extremely important that you do that. The system does not like it if you do something other than that. I guess you can say I learned the hard way. I just working with the system, and I couldn't get the DC circuit to turn back on, and I wasn't panicking or anything. I was just like, you know, this is one more thing to troubleshoot on a list of other things that I got to get done with on the van. And yeah, I just gave it some time, did a full shutdown, and then did a different startup sequence. And the only place I found this message about disconnecting other power, I didn't find it in the manual. I found it on the information screen, the touch screen for Ecoflow inside the van. That's where it told me to make sure there was no incoming power plugged in. So yeah, I'm not sure what's up with that. On stuff like this, what I like to do is I double zip tie this, so I do it on the top and bottom. That way it doesn't do that thing where it kind of unravels itself. So this is the communication cable. Flush cut. Flush cut. Okay, this is going to go down in here. This, the CAN bus port. I'm going to sneak this through the positive, negative little area. No, I'm not. Yeah, see, I already knew, see the screw head right here? It's already that Ecoflow, you guys should have made this lower. That's not good, because more people are going to put it in there that close. So I don't approve. Yeah, let's put this here. Yeah, that's not good, because the screw is right here. Do you see that? The screw's right here. Now this is safe. Nothing, I mean, see, I put my whole finger, nothing's touching it, but if you pull your finger back, you can feel the head of that screw. So that screw is not only too long, it's, yeah, room for improvement. Okay, those are our two chunky connectors, our ground communication cable. Now this guy, he just keeps sticking his head out, so we're gonna help him out. So if you do need to use these bottom ports, use these blanks. Don't use the ones where the screws are close. Use the ones where there's no screw close. All right, we are doing excellent. Let's keep going. Now, let's take our communication cable coming from inside the van. And this guy is going to come up. Now when you're pulling it like this, just make sure you don't clip that little clip that holds it in place. Okay. So there's our second one. Okay, that's where I goofed. So this one also needs to be zip tied. Okay. So got to do it the right way. That means we got to take all these off. Go. Okay, 2 communication cables. Don't forget that like I did. Don't forget the second one. Okay, so that's nice in place. Now, let's take this one. And if you take it and you twist it like this, you can kind of get it in kind of like a circle. It's going to go right there. So now do we still have flexibility to get in and out? Yep. So that is good to go. Still got our power wire. Okay, still good. All right, next, let's see what we got. So we got both of our communications, all that good stuff. So let's leave, we're going to leave all of these till last. So let's get our big chunky Ecoflow cables because they're so long. So we're going to get those installed first. Let me zoom out so you guys can see this box. Okay, the next two cables we've got, so we're gonna go, let's go back to front. Our AC input, that would be our, that's our shore power. And that cable is so long. These cables are so long. I'm telling you guys, look at this. These cables are just enormous. Okay, this is our AC. This, I'm gonna come up through here, and this is our bottom one. So this is the AC in. This is our shore power from the outside of the van coming inside the van. Again, if you're powering down the system, make sure your shore, this does not have to be unplugged. Make sure your shore power input cable, like if you got it plugged into your house or whatever, that's what you need to have unplugged. All right, so I'm gonna take this long cable. I'm gonna put this in our cable stuffing box. I had a feeling that this box was too big. And now I am not regretting that I made it this big. So I'm glad that it is a big old box. Okay. Okay, and then again, just make sure that when this is up here, just make sure it has slack so that we can fit these wires from coming out. Okay, what is next? I'm gonna lift up those inside wires. I do want to get some Havelock down on that bottom before those cables go too far down. So much cable. As much cable as this is, I'm wondering why I have not seen anybody talk about this online. I don't know. Maybe I'm different. Just haven't. Nobody's noticed it like I did. All right, feeling good. Let's, how many more can I see? This is the alternator. Okay, that's all good. So next, we've got the alternator. So we want to do these in order. This is alternator 1. Let's do that one first. So we're going to have to put another label on this. So something that's not been done, I haven't seen it done before, is I've actually what I've done is I've got 2 cables coming from the battery. Since we got heavy duty alternator, so this is alternator number 1. Since we have a heavy duty alternator, this was only pulling 60 amps. This secondary one is also made for an alternator, and it is pulling 30 amps. So I have it dialed into the system because it's been raining like crazy. I wanted to get the fan back outside again. If I can get this knocked out, it's nice outside, we can pull the van out. I'm leaving this tag. This is the tag that says that it explains that you need to take these off during storage. So I'm gonna leave that up to John and Susan if they want to either leave that on or take that off. But this needs to be I'm okay. This is confusing. This right here needs to be unplugged before we turn the power system on. So the only thing to turn on when you turn the power system on is the battery plug needs to be in. These front three need to be out. I'm gonna put this in here now because I just need to make sure that the cable routing is good, but yeah, I know it sounds confusing, but and this is alternator 2. I mean, also, if you're a builder, I mean, this you need to do all this labeling. I've got fancy labels and everything else. These, I'm just using that masking tape. It's okay. Okay, so here's alternator 2. All right, and again, these are just little. I'll slide this one down since we got one sticking right there. Does our solar have that too? I don't know. It might be good. It might be good just to leave these like this. John and Susan, I will call that owner discretion. Okay, next we have the solar, but we're going to have to wrap the solar. We're going to have to wrap this like this because this is a very it's not a very flexible cable in the way that, you know, I want to actually put it into the van. So to get away from this excess, we're going to go ahead and get this. Okay, you see I'm balling it up like that? Then I'm going to undo this. Probably one of those will probably give me enough room to get that in place. Okay. If you guys are installing this and you're worried about polarity, because these are both two black cables, it's hard to see, you know, what's positive and negative. Inside here, there's a little P stamped and a little N stamp, so positive and negative. So you can, I mean, you can always do like a continuity test with a electrical tester. But that would be the easier way to do it. Okay, so did this get to where I wanted it to go? Let's see if I can put this underneath the wires. This thing is not very flexible. Okay, I'll see if I can get that in there. Okay. There we go. Okay, so that will give me enough room to get that in there. Okay, that's good. Okay, I'm not going to plug that one in because that one actually does have power to it. All right, we got our last and famous one of this install. This is the Nomadic X2 48 volt AC unit. And this guy goes into battery number 2 plug. It splices off at the end, directly connects into the AC unit. Now, you will need to fuse this at the AC unit. The kit doesn't come with that, so you need to make sure that you do that. It is a 1-to-1 connection. So what that means is there's no fuse. It's going directly into here, into the 48 volt battery. So it's instantly seeing that 48 volts. It is a 48 volt air conditioner, so it's designed for it, but just you know, heads up that that's where it's getting its power. All right, keep on going. We've got our other wires here. Okay, so we're going to go see if there's you can get a better angle here. It's pretty good. Okay, so what we're doing is now all of these wires we're going to start putting into place. So we're going to get our we don't have very much 110, so I'm going to pull out the 110 cables from here first. We want to keep this, the way that these wires are coming out, very neat. Okay, so these are kind of coming like this. These are our inside and outside outlet 110, these two. And then we have another one here. This is our hot water. Okay, and then this one needs to go on the inside of both of these. And the reason I'm doing all this is I want to make sure the wires will fit. If you just pulled them all through here, they'd be flexed in all kinds of different directions and they wouldn't come in clean. Because we got some room in here to move them around. But now that, so these are coming in clean. And then next we have our, this is our microwave. So we need to strip this. Let's see where we can cut this one. Let's cut this one right here. Again, we can use this kind of rotating one to open up these wires. Because I don't know if we have room. Oh, we do. You got room. Okay. So that's our microwave. Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, so we got 4. Excellent. So next, we're going to come through and we've got the Webasto. The Webasto is the first one. So let's see if we can get this Webasto. Now I do not want the Webasto to have the ability for John and Susan to accidentally turn it off, like if it's on. So it's not going to be on a remote circuit. This is going to be on a, this far one down here. So the very first one actually. So circuit number 12. I may change that. That's where it's going to hang out for a minute. Okay. And then, just for cable management purposes, I'm going to pull these out here. And then I will put them into the box when we're done. The complicated ones are the light switches because I did something fancy with the switches. So this one, it says 12 volt heater supply. This is actually, this is a kitchen galley spare. So this one is not in use. This is a future expansion wire. So this is the lower kitchen galley spare. And this is 12 volt. And so this, I'll just wrap it up and zip tie it. And down the road, they want something up there, they can, they got room for it. Or they have power. The reason it got ran is because I couldn't decide if I wanted the heater power to be running from the the passenger side of the van or the driver's side, and Webasto answered that for me, because that line that you saw me splice earlier in the video, Webasto has that thing just wired all up together. They kind of don't want you to chop it all up. They kind of pre-wire everything for you. So, so this one is the garage LED, and it's okay. We already know where this is going. So this is going to be going so I'm going to make a copy of this, and we're going to start writing down where everything's going, because we're at a point to where we actually can't see what the wire says anymore. Man, as long as this stream is, I thought we'd have a lot of questions today. I guess everybody's at work. This is exciting. This is really exciting. You turn the power on, everything starts working. After we get the water panels back on, we'll do that. We'll cut that L track for the bottom. All right, I think that is done printing. Printing from hickory. Oh well. See, now I need one for need one for the DC circuits. Even though we got 4, we still need to make it. Still need to do it. It's okay. It gives me time to drink my coffee. I always start drinking coffee and then I'll, move on to something, have an ADD moment. Never finish my coffee. It's iced coffee now, but that's good. It's counterculture from, I think, Raleigh. so we got some cheat sheets to sketch this stuff out on. All right. So what we got here, let's turn the camera so you guys can see some more stuff. Okay, so in number 12, so you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12 on the DC side. So 12 here. We've got the heater. And that's 20 amps. And then for number 6, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 is going to be the garage lights. See, I need to change that fuse. Let's see how many fuses. Ecoflow gives you a lot of fuses, but they're pretty much oversized for, you know, LED circuits and stuff like that. Because the LED stuff, you know, we're looking at 5 amps or something like that. Let's see here. That's 20 amperes. Okay, I should have. I have just a few of these bags of Ecoflow stuff left, so I'm just tossing them into that box. All right, guys, we're going to take a break. We will be right back. I think my internet is messing up and it's frozen. So this video will be part of a, you know, like a 1 or 2-part series about installing this. So let's see. Hold on. Let me see if we're still. No, we're still going live. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I gotta pick up this phone call. Let me mute you. Okay, guys, I'm back. Got that. Took that quick phone call, so we're back in action. All right, let's get back to the van. Before we get back to the van, if you guys are just joining, we are installing all the cables into the Ecoflow AC/DC distribution panel from the Smart Hub. I think that's what it's called. And yeah, we are wrapping up this van build for John and Susan. Really exciting. So getting panels and all that good stuff put in. What I'm doing right now is I'm walking around the shop. Walking around the shop, trying to pick up my 5 amp fuses because we are. I don't think I have any more left. Nah. Man. Anyway, I've got a few left. I'm gonna have to go pick up the store. That's okay, it's an excuse to go ride the bike, right? It's a very nice day outside. All right, guys. Yeah, thanks for joining the live stream. I think people will be getting off work. We'll be getting off work pretty soon, so that'll be great. You guys can join me on this finale of the build. We're back here in the van and we're hooking up the smart ACD distribution panel. We're labeling all of our stuff. We're running our wire. Not really running our wire. We're doing the final connection. So even more exciting. So where we left off is I was grabbing the garage LED and I was putting it into circuit 6. So in this system, you've got 6 circuits that are wirelessly controllable. So I'm just putting the appropriate fuse in. And then I'm coming back here around this corner, sticking some wires through. Then I'm going to wire them up. I've got all the wires labeled. Most wires have a printed label on them that I make. Some that I've had to make some changes to. I've just, written down in a marker, what they are. Okay, we're just doing this one by one so that when we pull this through, we can have this nice, neat wiring arrangement back here. Trying to be very deliberate with our space. The Ecoflow has some very, very long, chunky cables, and so that's why this box is so big. You can back up in the stream and you can actually see the cables earlier when they went in. They're all the way up to about right here right now. It's actually kind of funny. But yeah, we are making our way. Let's see here. Let's see, 1, 2. See, circuit number. Okay, this is our water pump. So what we want to make sure that we have is we've got our first 2 circuits. We've got our interior lights for the front, interior lights for the rear of the second circuit. Third circuit is reading light. Fourth is other reading light. Fifth is the front reading light. So we got our water pump here, so I can't go on any of those. So we're going to take it and we're going to put it on, we'll put it on circuit, I'll just circuit 11. So before we get going here, let's say we've got circuit 11 is going to be the water pump. Now that water pump needs to be fused. We got a 10 amp fuse for it. The pump is max is a 7.5 amps. So The 10 amp has been doing pretty good. The only other thing that this is running is an LED light. So I'm pretty happy with how it's been operating. So that's circuit 11 is our 10 amp fuse. Let's do 10. Okay, water heater. And positive, yellow. Just triple checking my work here. Okay, red positive, yellow negative. The yellow, I don't know why I picked this wire up. Red and black. You gotta go red and black. Yeah, I don't like the other one, the other way. Okay. Excellent. So now this one, we can neatly pull back in. There we go. Doing great so far. And now all of these wires, this excess is going to be laid down. We can probably do this one by one right now. So we're just going to lay that down here. Next one. Let's see here. And then here's our next one. That's crazy. I'm laughing because it's so much cable. All right, coming back here, we're getting to some fun stuff. 12 volt front galley spare. Okay, this one we're not using this one. Okay, it's 12 volt front galley spare. So I'm gonna write on top of galley. This was another spare. We're not using it, but it's up there. Again, in case of future expansion. So 2 circuits in this van we have open for the future. Already ran. One under the floor, and then one coming through the ceiling. So just in case. One was a bonus for me. It was kind of a goof of, I couldn't decide where I wanted to run something, so I just ran an extra cable. And then eventually ended up not using that circuit, but hey, John and Susan get 2 free circuits. Okay, 12 volt rigid LED. Alrighty, so this one. Okay, so the 12-volt rigid LED, this one actually needs to, this one does not have a switch. So this one needs to be on number 5. Number 5. Actually, number 3. Okay, this is going to be number 3. Rigid LED is going to be circuit number 3. Okay, rigid LED. I'm gonna back the camera up. I feel like it's in my face. There we go. Okay, I actually need to look up real quick the rigid let's see here. I need to go on site. I'll get to you guys questions really quick. Let me just get this rigid LED. Let me get some specs really quick. I'm at the computer, guys. I'm trying to find out the amps really quick. Oh, yeah, 0.7 amps. So the solar input disconnect switch, good question. I'm still looking into how this Ecoflow works as far as they want you to actually remove the cable, which that would be the same as disconnecting it. But I'm trying to make it a little bit less technical for John and Susan as far as keep up. So when they go to store the van, instead of turning the disconnect switch off and leaving the plug in, I don't want them to forget to unplug the plug and don't turn the disconnect off and then turn the system off, and the system not like that. So we have the circuit fused, but we don't have a secondary disconnect for the solar on this one. If I do need to put one in on this van, it will go right here. So I've already got the box. I've got the box for the disconnect right here, just like I put on the other Adventure van. But the way that I found that this is working is any power input to this system has to be physically unplugged, system turned on, and then it plugged back in. 2, I could cut all these wires and rearrange them and put them in like a disconnect switch. I don't want to cut into the Ecoflow wires. I don't want something warranty-wise come down the road where I need to do a warranty claim on this, and I cut into the wires and they deny it. So in the manual, there's no spec for a disconnect switch. It just explains that these inputs for charging need to be disconnected, power the system on, put them in one by one, let the system find it. That's to my knowledge right now. We've got it properly fused up top. We got 3 inline fuses for the solar panel array. So I'm happy with where it is, but because I don't want to cut the Ecoflow cables up, that would be my long answer to your question for not putting in a secondary solar disconnect. Okay, rigid LED, 12 volt rigid LED. We have another 5 amp fuse. I've got one left. Okay, 5 rigid LEDs in number 3. So we're going to put a 5 amp fuse in here for rigid LED. Be careful when you're plugging these fuses in. You can smash the pin in here. Just heads up. Okay, 5 amp. So we're going to come right here in the back. Let's sneak a cable in here. And this is going in position number 3 for the rigid LED. Position number 3 is a remote position, and that is what is going to switch the rigid light on and off, which means I wanted the driver reading light to be switched off remotely, but that's not going to happen anymore. So we're going to have to, it'll be moved to a different location because the rigid and the garage light do not have a switch. So they need that digital switch to be working. Next, what do we have? We got the 12 volt driver read LED. That might be one to have next, or I'm putting off the interior lights because they have a special arrangement going on. 12 volt driver read LED. Driver read. Okay, I got 2 of those. I labeled them. All right, let's see what we got over here. We've got 12 volt fridge. Okay. So just heads up, don't wire the fridge and the Webasto to a digital controlled switch. Don't wire it to anything that can be accidentally disconnected. Imagine if the heater's on, you turn it off and it doesn't get to do its cool down cycle, or you have the refrigerator and you remotely cut it off but you don't know that and you spoil all your food inside. So this is why I'm putting it where I'm putting it. Let's see, did I give it enough room? Okay, let's see here. I'm gonna go and triple check our isotherm cruise 130 fridge. I'm just gonna triple check amperage on it. Give me 1 second. Okay, I'm back over here on the computer. So I'm going to answer the question of the solar disconnect really quick in the comments. I already said it during the video, but let me actually answer it in the comments. So no, not for the moment. I do not want to cut into the Ecoflow cables. I may change my mind later. Yeah, it's just like a warranty purposes thing, because this is the first Ecoflow that I've put in, and I want to do by their book first, and then depending on performance, I may change my mind later. For the moment, I do not want to cut into Ecoflow cables. I may. Yeah, so that's the best way for me to answer that question. It's good to have that second fused circuit in there, but yeah, I just don't want to cut through the cables and then we have some issue, and then we go through troubleshooting, and I don't know. That's just my decision right now. Okay, isotherm cruise 130 fridge, fuse size. So 15 amps. Let's see here. No, so I completely agree. I completely agree and recommend that you put that disconnect in. It's just an easier way of disconnecting that circuit when you want to do like a manual reset. The Ecoflow system it's an all-in-one system, so it is requiring you to disconnect that before you reset it. Whereas if you built your own system, or like the other ones I have in the past, it's more of a convenience factor. So. Completely agree. Those MC4 ones that you can buy online and connect, I would definitely recommend you do that. Yes. So I recommend you do that. There you go. All right. I am trying to find. I got 15 amps. So we are looking online. We got the Isotherm Cruise 130 manual up here, and we are checking out fuses. So it says use the included fuse holder with a 15 amp fuse. So 15 amps. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do 15 amps for that circuit. So fridge is gonna go to 10. So 10. So fridge 15 amps. Okay, 15 amp fridge. Now we need a cable for the fridge, 12 volt fridge. Okay, just to give you a heads up, I oversize all of my fridge supply cables now because in Thomas's van did everything by the book, and we had such a sensitive voltage drop from the Vitrofrigo fridge, which is an extremely nice fridge that he has, and even though it's so nice, it's very sensitive voltage wise, and I had to oversize the cable on it to get the nuisance fault to clear, which was odd, but yeah, we got it cleared. Let's see, fridge. What is here? Water pump. So it looks like they're wanting you to kind of double up down here on the your grounding ports, which is interesting to me. So I'm gonna put the fridge in here. I'm gonna ground it with the. Nah, we're gonna keep it by itself. So they give you 8 grounds, but you get 12 circuits. Interesting. But we're making sure that this fridge has a good ground, oversized supply cable for the power, so we don't have any issues. Fridge is going in position 10. All right. Come on through. All right, we don't got many wires left. The Max fan. Who could forget about the Max fan? Let's get that Max fan connected. For the Max fan, I installed, per Humble Road's recommendation, per George's recommendation, the 12 volt buck boost, so that we make sure that that electrical board doesn't do weird stuff. So as you may have heard, The max fan have been having some issues where on the higher voltage lithium systems, which this is one of them. This one might not be as bad because it has its own built-in converter, so it's probably more of a pure 12 volts. But on ones where it fluctuates in your own van coming directly from the battery, like 13 volts-ish, it's kind of shorting out the board. The board's really sensitive. So we put a buck boost in there that takes that 13 to 14 volts and makes sure that it brings it down to exactly 12 volts. Okay, what do we, max fan? All right, max fan. Max fan. I think it's 7.5 amps or something like that. 5 amps. Let's see, 10. I'm gonna go 10. We have a 10 amp. Okay, I'm gonna do a 10 amp for now because I'm out of 5 amps. But we need to do, I'll put a 5 amp down here. I want to say it's definitely more than 5 amps. I'm not sure why it says that. I have to go back to the other manual. Max fan is in position 9. So let's take out that. Let's put in position 9. Position 9. And let's use the heater. I'm gonna have to couple this because I'm running out of grounds over here. Positions for grounds. Okay. Let's see if we can get these two. Yeah, I guess the first little quirk here that I don't like is I'm not getting enough room to put my grounds. I like to have a ground clamp area for each circuit. Now these are just grounds. They're all going to the same place. It's not a big deal, but like if, for example, if you were someone that didn't really know about electronics, which is completely okay if you have a van, because you know you could be new to this, you're just learning, so it's not weird. But if you have 2 wires going to a place and you're kind of looking at yourself like, well, that doesn't make sense, and I'm not there to tell you that it's okay, it may look weird. So the fact that they give you 8. I guess they're assuming that you're going to use this terminal here for putting on like chunkier connections, but for like your 20 amp loads, but yeah. All right, what do we say? Position 9. Max fan. Okay. Now, let's see, driver. Okay, those are the couple, this is the ones I got to check on. 12 volt read. 12 volt read LED rear. Okay, now I got to get my battery out because I got to. Somehow I did not label left or right on 2 of those. Let's see, where's my little battery at? I have to use big battery. Okay. We have to use the big one. Okay, so we got, this one is 12 volt LED rear. Which one are you? Right. That's the right side. This is right. So passenger. Okay, so passenger is so front rear rigid. That's going to be, so driver, so passenger is going to be 5. So we'll go to 5. This is going to be a controlled one. So 5. And guys, thank you so much for watching. Make sure you guys are subscribed. I know that sounded like I'm ending the stream. Just wanted to thank you guys for watching. Yeah, get subscribed. Turn that notification bell. I go live randomly throughout the week. Yeah, I'm glad you're here. Hope you're learning something. Remember, you can always ask questions in the chat while we're live and also later when we're not live. So this is read, LED read passenger. We went with a 10 amp LED read passenger. So now we need to find the LED read driver, but we need to find the rear. Need the rear LED. God, I'm all videos like me all hunched over. I'm gonna try to get a different angle. That thing looks terrible. There we go. A little more of a bird's eye. Okay, driver, read LED. This is probably the rear one. I'm not sure though. Man, just like making these things barely big enough, don't I? Oh, I guess I could go on the inside. Let's see here. That's probably inside the van. So let me screw these down really quick. Is it this one? No. Okay. So that is the one behind the driver's seat. So this is the forward. This one's the forward. Okay, this is forward. Front, forward. Just write it both on there. So that's not, we don't want that one. We want, I think we want this one. What is this one? Driver read LED. This is probably the rear. Yep, that's the one. Okay, so this is rear. Rear. Okay, so this one is going to get a 10 amp and go in position 4. Let's make sure we're routing this appropriately. Okay, now right here, again, because I'm running out of places to put in the wire, this is completely fine. This is just the ground. So what we're doing is we're just twisting the grounds together for both of the reading lights. So these are no big deal, just reading lights. Actually, we're going to do 3. So let's keep this open one more second for 3. And if you do that, you're going to need a little bit more wire. Get those twisted. Again, this is safe. It's just the ground. That whole bar, they all tie in together. So just don't do it with the positive side. Okay, before we mess this up, let's write down what we're doing. This is LED read drive. Driver, and it's 10 amp fuse. Okay. Position 4. Okay, so now these two, let's leave these up here because we want to pull the excess out. Front forward, that's the one we want to add. This one. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. Now we're going to kind of combine our grounds. Neatly, because even though we got room, we don't get that much room. Then I'm just going to clip off a little bit of this end to square it off. I'm going to put that down in here. Okay, and we're going to put the driver read LED forward. That one's going to go, what do we got left? Okay, we should just have these switches left. Yeah, we just got 2 switches left. That's going to go in position 9. I'm going to leave 8 blank. I'm just going to leave 8 blank. I'm going to leave 7 blank. So we're going to put in position 8, we're going to do a 10 amp fuse. And this is LED read front driver position 8. Now that we got that ground in there, let's go ahead and do a little cable management here. We had a little order that we were doing this in. There's 1. There's 2. One, 2. Position 8. Okay. So even though we had 2 extra wires ran, we only have room for 1 of those wires. So, I mean, okay. This is the this is not, it's not that complicated, but this is something fancy that I did. I made it so that you could digitally disconnect the wire, or you could have a physical switch. So this is going to be a little bit strange as far as understanding this concept. I'm not sure how I can explain what I did. I'm gonna disconnect it and then we might talk about it later on a live stream. I used Wagos to combine DC grounds, then ran a single wire into Ecoflow connector. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. These wires I'm using, they're only they're 18 gauge. They're thin, so doing 3 of them together is it's okay. It's LED lights, so it's not a critical component. Would not do that for Webasto. Would not do that for fridge. Would not do that for water pump, for example. Okay, let's do, this is the rear light circuit. So let's get this rear light circuit. Let's get this going. Okay. I'm trying to remember this one. Ground, positive. Okay, ground and positive. This is ground. So I'm going to make this one black. This one is a black wire. So really you would want to use heat shrink on this and make it a black wire, but okay. So this is going to go through, and I'm going to connect this as the black wire. Okay, so there's one. So this black wire needs to reconnect to the Wago connector. So this needs to connect to this. And you guys are just gonna have to let me talk to myself right now. That's how I'm keeping this crazy contraption all together. Okay, so what I'm doing is, this wire that I'm holding now is not the power supply. This is the switching circuit. So imagine this is the switches in between these two wires, and it's breaking the ground. Then I have this wire, which is the power supply. So it does need to continue the ground. So I got that with a Wago. And then what's going to happen is I have my power input right here, and this is going to go towards actually, hold on, I already did that wrong. This, let's see here, I'm gonna mess this up. Okay, I colored this one. This is the black. This is the switch. This is the ground. Okay, so that's basically, this is a extended ground. So this red wire, I dashed it black because it's technically a black wire, if that makes sense. So this one is going to go, this is the rear. So it's going to go in position 2. So before I mess this up, I'm going to put the positive where it needs to go first. Then I'm going to write this down. So this is LED main rear. For now, that's going to get 10 amps. I need to... Oh no, I got 5 amps in there. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Nice. Very nice. Actually, the read LED, that one needs to be... Driver read LED needs to be upgraded to a 10 because we have a USB charging device built into that LED light, so we need more current. 5510 rigid. So the max fan is calling for a 5 amp. That seems weird, but let's do that. Garage LED. Six needs to be a 10. No, 6 is 5. 6 is a 5. Okay. Actually doing okay. We'll go back and double check in just a second. Okay, there's our ground. Let's see, I want this cable to go on top. There you go. Oh, it's not. Okay, there we go. So this one. Let's pull that slack up there. Now this ground goes into the second position. Doesn't have to, but that's where we're taking it. And this Wago is just going to stick out just like that. And then this right here, we'll take this slack out just like that. Okay, maybe tuck the Wago down in there like that so it's kind of out of the way. All right, that is our rear. Now, final 12-volt cable. It's like a marathon over here. Okay, this one we need to dash our red. Indicate that it is a black wire. Actually, all right, so we're gonna take this ground. Ground goes back into Wago connector. Ground goes back into the Wago connector. Actually, you know what would have been the better? Okay, well, you see that? You see how the ADD moment just happens so quick? Trying to remember for the ground in the Wago, and you go try to adjust the freaking camera. That's hilarious. All right, let's move the camera. Yeah, I just want a better view for you guys. Give me 1 second. Because I'm getting ready to talk about the circuits. So... Okay, there you go. Okay. Same thing with this one. This one, make sure we're labeled correct. 12 volt front LED. Excellent. So now this is our last 12 volt connection. A little bit of a celebration. Man, look at that. I'm getting too excited. Okay, undo. I'm going to wire this inside. This is going to the Wago. This goes to Wago. This thing is... Is it even going to fit in here? Jeez. They're like, you know, we're just going to barely make this fit for your electrical needs. Okay. This is going into Wago. Bingo. And it's going to go to the ground in position 1. This dog is wondering what is taking me so long. Thank you for your help. Okay, let's take this. What is this one? All right, guys, that is it for the 12 volt circuit. Man, I think I have to take a break and do some lunch here. Or dinner. It's almost, I guess it's almost dinner time. Let's go through and make sure all of our circuits are labeled. So we just install the LED main front. Excellent. And we got 5 amps on that. We've got 5 amps on the rear. So LED main front. Okay, we're going to zoom in. We're going to go through these one by one, and then we're going to take a break. We'll take a little break here. All right, LED main front, 5 amps. LED main rear, you can call these whatever you want. I'm just making these names up. That's 5 amps. Those are the ceiling lights. I guess I could call them ceiling lights. This is not, I'll make a neater form for John and Susan. I've got a whole binder that I've got to put together for them. So they're actually getting the van before they get the binder, but yeah. Ceiling light, 10 amps is our rigid LED. So that needs to be 5. That needs to be 5. Be careful when you put these in here. You can really bend those pins. So So rigid LED is 5. 5. Position 4, LED rear driver. LED read driver. Back, you got LED read passenger. Wait, LED read driver, read your passenger, and this is the rear. So position 4 and 5. 4 and 5 with the 10 amps. They have the USB charger in them. So the rear LED driver, rear LED passenger, these are the fancy flexible lights with the USB port for charging your phone. Those are 10 amps, and that's position 4 and 5. Position 6 is your garage LED, and that's a 5 amp. Positions 8 and 9. 8 is, so we're skipping 7. The 7 just has a 20 amp placeholder. Position 8 needs to be a 10 amp. Let's see, position 8 is 10. Driver read LED front. So that's a 10 amp. Position 8, 10 amp. This is my creation. I'm not reading off of a manual. This is Nick's math behind the scenes. Driver LED read front is position 8 with a 10 amp. 5 amps for the max fan. I still think that's low for some reason. I know, we'll find out. I'll double check again. 15 amp for the fridge. 10 amp for the water pump. 20 amp for the Webasto. Excellent. Then all we gotta do is come in here and make sure all these are populated. Okay, look good. All these are down. Okay, excellent. All right, I think we can push it here just a little bit. I'm not too hungry yet. So let's go, let's put in here the one that I've already, so these are ferrules. So that means we need to get a ferrule kit. You can get these off of Amazon. We got an assortment, and we are looking, so we are working with 12 gauge wire. So you look on the chart, 12 gauge is the gray connector. Go in here, gray connector is what we're using. So we'll be needing a couple of them. So this is our first one. We've got the hot water. So this first breaker, we're just going to go for the hot water and get that cable managed. So the top one is going to be the black connector. Bottom one is white, so line black, neutral white, ground green. And then let's see if we can neatly pull this wire back into our box. Nope, that's not it. Okay. Okay, next, we're going to do our inside. Let's go ahead and strip this. If it's hard to get off like this, just break it in the middle. Hands are getting tired, so I might have to take a break in a minute. It's only because I've been going all out on this van for almost a solid 4 weeks, just really trying to get this thing. A lot of learning experiences on this one. Stuff that, you know, I definitely want to improve on time-wise. So that was good. Overall, really like this build. It's the van it's very cozy. Like it's the colors that John and Susan picked are really good. Which reminds me, when I go out, I probably need to pick up another gallon of paint. For the, because I got the bed panels, and that's a lot of paint. Didn't think they're going to use that much. So here we have the ferrules. So all we're going to do is get our wires and try not to fray these when you strip them. And then we're just going to put the ferrule on. Again, don't get any stray wires. Okay. And you want, in a perfect world, you might have a little bit of these strands sticking out the end here. So just, it's hard to see, but because you want as much contact as possible. And then you're just going to crimp it, let go, and then there is your ferrule. And then you can take your flush cut and just trim off this little bit of excess right there on the tip. So again, here we go. Do this, push the wire in, really make sure you got a good connection, and then crimp down. Hold it for a second, let go. And then when you get good at it, you'll just have very minimal end to kind of clean off. Again. And you can kind of twist as it goes on if you didn't twist it enough on the beginning. Get it in there, push the wire in, hold down, and that one's actually perfect. So there is your, always do ferrules on your AC circuits in your van. So we're getting ahead of ourselves. We need to make sure that we are go into our other paper over here, and we are starting to label our circuits. So this first one that we have is 30 amp. So we got two 30 amps here, and so we got the hot water heater is on the first 30 amp. And you can change these if you don't want them on the 30 amp. So actually what I'm going to do, I'm going to change. I have the, let's see here. So we got 12, I think I did 12 gauge for all of these. Yeah, 20 to 30 amps. So 12 gauge can do 20 to 30 amps. So what I'm going to do is, just in case John and Susan want to use those outlets for USB charging and for electrical use, let's just plan for them to overdo it. We're going to move the hot water heater to the 20 amp circuit. So we're going to go to position number 3, because that's fixed. That's pretty much a 15 amp device. And we're going to keep this one on, going to keep the heater will be the first 20 amp. So hot. The hot water heater is on the 20 amp. Okay. Now, this is the inside outlet. So the inside is going to be the first one. So make sure you got it pulled through. Kind of push these in, get them, don't get them to pull out the socket, but kind of get this comfortable in the space. And then this one's going to go in position 1. For the 30 amp, we got our neutral, and you're going to want to take your circuit tester and 100% test all your electrical wiring. So get one of these and just test it. Okay, so that is all good to go. So let's go ahead and bring this back in. Just like that. Guys are so, it's amazing how much cable's in here. I could have cut it down, but I mean, it's time management. So in this one, there are outside outlets. Let's go ahead and strip that one. So we'll do our same thing. Got a little strip there, flip it over, strip, strip. Yeah, so that's why I really like that stripper. It makes it just very easy. Okay, 4 wires, same thing. Gonna put ferrules on them. You just kind of practice, make sure you've got enough strip back. If you have extra, You can always cut off the end with some scissors. So I don't know, I've just kind of got it visually memorized here to where it's always a good strip usually. And you kind of want to do them evenly, because if you can imagine, I did this black one on purpose, just a little bit longer. So you see that's sticking out. So now these will be, one will be shorter than the other one. So just keep in mind that they all need to kind of be the same length when you do this. Get that hold for a second. And now you take your flush trim, you just trim that off. And then we got our ground. And I try not to cut off this stuff in the van. Okay, so this is for our outside outlet. So let's get this into place, start wiring it up. This is, okay, our hot water heater. The front one was our inside outlet. And that's going to be in our 30 amp position. Our second 30 amp position is going to be our outside outlet. Outside. I can't say outside too loud because my German Shepherd is going to wonder, when are we going? When are we going outside? Oh, come on. There we go. Yeah, cable management with the AC lines is a little bit more challenging because they're a little more chunky. All right, same thing here. Let's just neatly kind of compress this as you go in, and wherever it kind of finds as a place that it likes to just hang out, then you can just keep it right there. Okay, doing great, doing great. Inside outlet, outside outlet. Hot water heater on the 20 amp. The next one is going to be the good old microwave. The microwave and the hot water heater, you can't see it on this line, but this one is a heavy duty 12 gauge extension cord. What's nice about this is it comes with a LED light in the plug-in on this end of this cable, so you don't have to have like an outlet or anything like that. You have a dedicated plug-in that's directly where the microwave is. If there's an issue and you're wondering if this cable is bad, there's an LED that you can see behind the microwave, and if it's on, that means that it is getting power through the cable, and it's more likely the microwave. But if that light is off, you're either not getting power to this cable or something's wrong. So by doing this method, it kind of gives you a little bit of a cheat sheet, something to troubleshoot by, I guess is what I'm saying. This is the Jonard Tools CST-1900, 1900. This thing is awesome. So this is a rotational stripper for big, like, welding wire, extension wire, and you dial in this little cutter to make sure that you don't cut too much away when you're kind of breaking this open. So you just kind of keep dialing it in until you've broken through that outer jacket and exposed the cable on the inside. It just allows you to, sorry, I keep hitting that camera. It allows you to, see, I'm just breaking this cable open, but I've not cut through any of the internal wires. See that? Which is very important when we're talking about AC wires, because they're the most dangerous because of high voltage. 12-volt wires, it's going to damage whatever device you have, but it's not going to hurt you. The AC voltage, you know, there's 110, 120 volts. So that is dangerous. Same thing here, just get this go. And if you mess this up, this flush cut trim tool is really great at getting a little bit of that insulation back that you messed up a strip on. Okay, just cutting up the excess. So here's our cables. Now this is going into our 4th position, and this is our microwave. Microwave, it's going 20 amps. Man, thunder already. Didn't get a chance to get the van outside. It's okay. We got one more day to do that for the solar. All right, position 4. Come on, get in there. Let's see. Get her neutral. So be careful. I'm actually opening up the wrong one, and it's making some of these loose because they kind of want to all come open at the same time. All right, then we got a ground. All right. Heck yeah, look at that, guys. We doing good. Put this back in here. It's a marathon of some wiring. So we had some really good planning. That's what made this pretty flawless, I'd say. Yeah, the next thing, I mean, there is no other reason for us not to test this out right now before the end of the video. So let's zoom out and test, see if all the stuff that I did is actually... Good question. Reading light has a built-in USB charger, so that's why I'm doing that. Good question, Pat. I mean, technically we could go with a 5 amp fuse, so that's a good point. But I'm out of 5 amp fuses, so I need to go to the store, but I'm going to test the circuit with a 10 amp in there. So, should be good. I definitely like that question because I probably will change it over to a 5 amp. Okay, let me show you what I have learned as what makes this Ecoflow system happy on a startup. So first thing first, we need to disconnect all of our power inputs. This is directly connected to the vehicle's battery. This is alternator charger. So I need to put numbers on here. So this is 1. This one is 2. 1 is 60 amp. 2 is 30 amp. So 1, 2, and then John and Susan, I'm actually just going to write 3 on the solar, so you guys can just understand the order. So the battery is the only one you put in first. This is okay because we don't have a shore power plugged in right now, so I can visually see that there's no shore power plugged in. So let me see if I can. So Pat, let me see if I can actually show you what we're powering with that 10 amp. So remember, the fuse is to protect the wire, not necessarily the device, but you can oversize the wire and set the fuse to trip right above the device's limits. If that makes sense. But the quick answer to your question is I don't have any more 5 amp fuses and I want to test the system out. Okay, Ecoflow is on. I mean, all the plugs are where they need to be. We're now going to come inside and plug in the battery itself. So when the battery gets plugged in, we need no additional or external power input at all. We do not want that. Okay, so here we go. Plugged in. So now, this light just kind of turned on and faded out. So we're going to lift this up, and we're going to hold this down until it turns on. Just hold it down. Light comes on, you can let go. This should kind of cascade like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then pulse, I think 2 times. So now we're good to go, and we can just put that flap down, and we've got these 2 connected. So the first thing we're going to do is I'm just going to check the screen, make sure there's nothing on the screen. So screen's good. I charged the battery before we turned the system off, so it's 99% charged. So this is the startup sequence, to my knowledge. So next, we'll take, so John and Susan, you guys are watching this in the future. I'm going to take a plug, it has numbered 1 on it, and that's going to go into alternator input 1. It's going to go right there. And then the next one we have is our number 2. So it says PV input 2. So it could be solar, but it's also alternator input 2. The first alternator input will give you up to 60 amps of DC to DC charging. This second one will give you 30 amps DC to DC charging, up to 30. And then next, we're going to have our solar. So the solar is going to go into PV input 3. It also says alternator input 3, but we're using it as our solar. Solar is always on, remember that. You'll hear a click inside. PV input is on. And then next, or finally, we have our battery 2. Now this is not a battery. This is actually our pneumatic AC. So I'm actually going to neatly write pneumatic on the side of this plug for these guys. So we got pneumatic AC. And this is a direct one-to-one connection with the 48-volt battery. So inside the wall, up in the roof of the van, we have a fused circuit up there. So there's a fuse up in the ceiling, and that is because you need to have any cable has to be fused. So just make sure you do that. So when we plug this in, there should be a beep from the AC unit letting us know that it is receiving power. So yeah, that was really quick. All right, so we got all our cables here. It looks like they're gonna mesh up in here really nice. Next, order of operations is, and you feel free to tell me your experience in the comments. This is just what I've learned. The reason I'm saying this, I had issues with the DC auto shutting off, and then until I did this procedure, it's the only thing that fixed it. So next step after the AC, pneumatic AC is plugged in, everything is plugged in. They want you to turn on the AC. So this is your inverter, essentially. So they want that to be turned on first. And then they want you to come over and turn on the DC circuits. And so we heard the max fan do a little pulse. We got our reading lights on. The other thing was it didn't want these devices to actually, it's okay right now, but when you go to shut the system down, and I know this is silly, it may not be an issue, but this is just what I've learned. They want these lights, all the lights in the van, to be turned off prior to the system shutting down. That's just what I've researched, read, and found out. So, yeah, all the lights in the van need to be shut off prior to you actually shutting this system down once again. So, that's it. That is the startup sequence. And then we would do the same thing in reverse. You need to make sure that all of the circuits in the van are all turned off, even the light switches, so nothing's pulling power from the unit. Then you're going to want to go through and turn off your DC. If your AC is on, so now, this is confusing. We turned our AC button on first and our DC second. So we don't want the AC on now because it's just going to kind of parasitically draw. So now we can actually turn our AC off. But our DC stays on. So that's kind of what we want. Unless you're using the microwave and you want to turn it back on, or you want to use the outlets. But I've found that if you don't do the AC first and then the DC, that the DC will auto toggle off. So that is what I'm kind of writing up in a help ticket with the company that I bought it from or through, so that I just have that documented in case we have any issues with this system in the future. But because we did the AC start at first, then the DC, then you can go back and turn off the AC. The DC circuit is just, it's staying on. It's doing its thing. It's nice and happy. So before this video ends, so I ground the hub to the chassis of the van. So if that makes sense. So the hub is to the chassis of the van. This is to the chassis of the van. Those two grounds. And there's a third ground. That ground goes into the Ford wiring system for the rear end of the van that is disconnected here when I install the ground. Because the way that the Ford installs those three wires, there's not enough room to install my chunky ground cable. So I take those off and I repurpose them on a secondary wire. So that's what that's looking like. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through and I'm going to take my circuit tester. Let's go through and test these circuits one by one. So I'm going to test the hot water heater when I get outside and do the final leak test again. I've had 36 gallons of water in here for 4 days now, topped off right at the brim, and so we're good on leaks that way. The vent line had a little weep, so I re-plumbed the vent line. So we're going to go to our first outlet. So if we look at our chart, that's our inside outlet. So we're going to go over here to the and our rigid LED is actually on. So rigid LED was, where's our DC? So DC rigid is, what number was rigid? Can't see my paper. 1, 2, 3. So rigid is 3. 1, 2, 3. And hopefully we can go in and actually rename those circuits. All right, we're popping up our outlet. We're going to plug in our electrical tester. And we're going to turn on our inside outlet and just triple check that it is working correctly. Okay, here we go. 30 amp on. Oh yeah. The suspense was killing me. I turned off the AC circuit. There we go. Okay, here it is. 30 amp on. Okay, that one's good. Now, it shows open ground. When we plug in shore power, the circuit is grounded to the ground. So, just heads up. So next, we're going to plug it into the outside outlet. Let's turn this one on. All right. Let's see here. I want to go back and let's test all the LED lights. Okay, so inside driver LED is good. Both of our front and rear LEDs work. Just hit the water pump just for a quick second. Yep, it's good to go. We're actually going to turn on our fridge for the first time. Excellent, it's on, it's working. See what else I wanted to test. Let's get those rear LEDs on. Okay, it works. Okay, so our rear, let's see here. Number, let's see, 3 is off, so 5. I think I got that remotely turned off. So the rear passenger, let's try this, okay? And then finally, number 6 is the front. Where is that? Let's see what number 6 is before I turn it on. Oh, garage LED. Heck yeah. All right, we're going to get in the app for this one. This will be the finale of the live stream. Okay, so we got the Ecoflow app. And then we're just going to touch it. Going to bring up the van. So with all the LEDs on, do 3 days and 21 hours with all the LEDs on. It's 37 watts right now, so we're not using anything. Output, let's go to, so we're going to come on the screen here. So you guys can see that. And then we're going to go to output. Then we got AC. So you can see the circuits here. Then if you touch DC, these are the ones we can toggle. So we got 6 of them. So 3, that's our rigid light. So it works. That's the light for, you know, hanging out outside. And then 1 is our front LEDs. Then 2 is our rear. Okay. So the charge limit is almost reached. The battery will stop recharging once it reaches the limit. Okay. Then we're going to go to 6. Here we go. 6 is the garage. There you go. Pretty cool. So that is our, going to light up our garage area for them when they're working on the van or whatnot. Putting their bikes and stuff in here.
Sorry, I'm having trouble connecting to the internet. It looks like a router issue, so try restarting it. Unplug the router. Wait 10 seconds.
Alexa, stop.
Plug it back in.
I think we're fine. Okay, final things, and we're just going to wrap up this video. Inside your kit, you have this panel. It's kind of dusty. This panel is going to go over everything in here like this, clean it up. You know, we can kind of smush those wires down. Hopefully we can smush these a little bit. Before you smush these, turn the AC off, and then kind of smush these out of the way. This cover is going to go on like that. It'll clean it all up, and then once this cover's in, you'll have your nice, neat cover. Get the dust off of this stuff. And so this cover comes around here. And that's going to clean up just like that. And then this is our finished power system. Those garage lights, man. That's cool. Okay. And to top it off, I'll install this after the live stream's over, but this is the upper panel. And so this one, just gonna come in here like that. And we gotta push all these cables back, obviously, but this will come in, bolt in on top. So all of our cables will pass underneath here. And that'll be a really nice, neat install. I just got to cut a little tiny panel right here, and we're done. Still need to stuff the Havelock in there, but that's easy. We'll do that. We'll do that when we get done. Yeah, so let's hop over to the computer here really quick. All right, guys, hope that video helped you with your Ecoflow AC, DC smart distribution panel install. I think that's the name of it. Yeah, that was start to finish, putting all the wires together. And you guys can come back, watch this video anytime if you have any questions on that. I'm gonna go back, I'm gonna get some 5-amp fuses. And, oh wait, so Pat has a question. So Pat, is your question on the LED front and rear lights on the inside, where I doubled up the 2 wires? Is that your question? If you're still on here, let me know. Or are you asking about the reading light? Explain what those 2 wires feed. Yeah, let me know what 2 wires you're talking about. I'll wait before I sign off here. Yeah, let me know what 2 wires you're talking about. Yeah, that's pretty much the whole system. Nice and neat. You know, that's pretty much it. Now I've just got to cut some wood for the upper panels, and then we'll just keep on trucking. Yeah, So that's going to do it, guys, for this one. If you guys have any questions, put those in the comments. I'm going to be on here for just a couple minutes, so Pat, let me know more specifics on that question. But if you guys haven't checked out vanbuilderhq.com, then you definitely should. Vanbuilderhq.com is our website for the channel, and this is where we have all the blog posts. We have deep dives in these blog posts about discussing how-to build guides, camper van product reviews, product buying guides, and this is all geared to help you as a DIY van builder. So it's taking my experience, going to shows, talking to professionals, going through products. And if you come through here and click on Learn More, you're going to see a breakdown of these articles. So these blog posts are pretty much like my brain dump on whatever I'm working on, whether it's compact, off-grid systems, stuff like that. You'll see a pop-up here, and that goes to our DIY van build cheat sheet. It is a Excel sheet that I created with a list of the last 3 years of my Amazon purchases that came to the shop. So whatever products I've bought through Amazon that come to the shop, they're on that list. It's over 250 curated items. Curated meaning that they are organized in electrical, water, water pumps. The tools section is really helpful. The best part is it's completely free. So this is completely free to download. Just put your name and email address. It'll go right to your inbox, and I think it'll really help you out. So if you missed that link, you can kind of scroll through these blog posts. You should see another link right down here at the bottom of the page. Where is that? Or not. So you can go to the home page, and it's right at the top of the home page. But yeah, so click on the blog, and there's all kinds of articles here. Awnings, and what is one? This best camper van conversion kits. That's a very popular one, as well as the mattress one. So best camper van mattress. So I got a couple ideas on here on which ones might be a good idea for you guys if you're looking for a camper van mattress. But that is the website. Obviously, you guys, come here. Obviously, you guys know about the Van Builder HQ YouTube channel. We have videos on that channel, so all kinds of videos on tours that we take. And then, so not only that, but we also have the live streams, which that's what you guys are watching right now. So the live streams are the long form build content of the shop. So it's just me working in the shop, answering your questions live, and you guys can go back. They're long. I mean, this one today, we've been filming for 4 hours, 23 minutes. So I record all these sessions so that way I can go back and forth and check on stuff, but also make segments and clips for you guys in the future. But I always love interacting with you when I can, and just throughout the day. That's the UPS at the door. Answer your questions. Yeah, but check out the channel. The videos on the channel right here. We've got the van tours. We've got all kinds of stuff. So check these videos out. One that I'm very proud of that's becoming very popular is not that, but it's Thomas's van tour of his build. So that's a very special build. Thomas was one of my first official van build clients. So your first build's always kind of like your baby. Well, that's my first customer build, besides my own. But that build, it's kind of turned into like a forever build. We're always upgrading it. So later on, we're actually going to be upgrading his power system and some other things. But that one's been a really awesome build. You can check out that video on Van Builder HQ. Yeah, it's doing great right now. So I'd love to, if any of you guys are wondering about different use cases for vans, this one's more of like tactical. It's used to carry his wheelchair, paragolfer, and just a really cool van. Tons of Baja design lights. Just a cool tour in general. Check out that video. That's one of our popular builds from his interior. I'm just doing a little fast forwarding here so you guys can see. Lots of wireless controlled circuits in his van. We actually have 14 Bluetooth controlled circuits. You guys can see there we've got the Garmin power switch, the RedArc Red Vision. Pretty awesome. The other video that I'd love for you guys to check out is the one for our Bend, Oregon show. If you haven't been to a van show before, definitely go to one of the Adventure Van Expos. We try to do a lot of coverage between these shows, and this year I haven't gone to an event yet, but I'm definitely going to at least one and filming it. But we go through these shows, and the Adventure Van Expos are dedicated to adventure vans. So vans that have L-track, that have storage, that have off-road capabilities, they're lifted, that type of stuff. They're at these shows, and if you get a chance to go to an Adventure Van Expo, definitely go to it. You won't regret it. It's just a great, you get to really see really, really cool rigs. So this video is crushing it. I mean, we're at like 183,000 views on this video, so it's like one of our #1 videos. Yeah, I love seeing your guys' reaction to, vans that you see in the video. Yeah, so look forward to me going to one of these expos this year. I'm not sure which one we're going to go to. Finishing John and Susan's build. I've got about a month to where I'm going to work on some other projects before I get back to getting vans knocked out. We sold the Glacier build that we did. So the one that is on, so we'll hop over to Odyssey Custom Vans. Where's my tab? So this van right here, this Adventure Van build, it has new owners now. So the one that you guys saw here, this one we took to Adventure Van Expo. It has the Adventure Wagon install kit in it. So this van is now sold. So Brian and Robin are the new owners of Glacier. And they're actually coming to, they've bought the van already, but we're doing some more upgrades. So we're putting a Van Compass 2.0 suspension lift. We're going to do a second alternator and probably upgrade the water system in some respect for what they're going to be using it for. So yeah, really excited that that van has a new home, but you guys can check it out here, all the details on it. There's also build photos. Now, watch the video because these have all been updated. But yeah, if you want to have a custom van built by me, like these customers have enjoyed, you can contact me at sales@odysseycustomvans.com. That's my direct line. The best way to contact me is to click this link right here, and it pops up a calendar in which you guys can schedule a phone consultation with me. It's the best way to do it because I can check my calendar. It's a convenient time for you, and I can see when to hop on a call with you. So find a date and time. Just kind of read over this really quick to get ready for the call, and we will go over answering questions about your van build. So look forward to anyone that wants to reach out and do a build with me. The end of this year, that slot is pending right now. We have someone that we are working with currently to fill that slot. So as of right now, the first of next year is the first open build slot for Odyssey Custom Vans, if you guys can believe it. We're doing John and Susan's van, or I'm doing John and Susan's van right now. We got Brian and Robin's coming in for that upgrade, probably doing that June, July. And then we have another one coming in right after that. So very excited, but at the same time, if you guys are looking to get on the calendar with me, definitely reach out. Let's plan something so that not too much time passes if you're actually looking for a custom builder. Yeah, little update there about Odyssey Custom Vans. Yeah, so guys, if you're not subscribed to the YouTube channel, definitely get subscribed. Find out when I'm going live. All that good fun stuff. And check out Odyssey Custom Vans. I need to put sold on the website. I need a big old sold stamp right here. It's okay. I will get back to that when I'm finished with John and Susan's van. They're coming this week to pick the van up. So since we finished wiring the power system, we'll go over, I'll actually go over my phone right now, the last items here that we are knocking out. So we finished the power system enclosure. We got to zip tie the cables on the roof. We're building a kitchen shelf, a bed shelf. So those are going to be cut and put together today. We'll probably paint them tomorrow. And then as well as cutting the bed. It's just 2 platforms to hold the bed. It's just basically 2 pieces of plywood. So that's back here. The garage light, I can take that off the list. So we're finished with the garage light. We're going to connect the drain to the jerry cans. That takes 5 minutes. I got to make an offset block for the kitchen galley, so the lagoon mount. I'm holding you guys back from this. We're going to do a video tour, and then you guys will actually see the reveal. So I did some extra things too that John and Susan don't know about. It's the builder discretion. So when they come here, I'm excited to show them what I did with the kitchen. Water jug connect, Trillino felt. So I got some felt strips that I'm going to put around the Trillino so that it doesn't move around. We got paint touch up, and then adding felt strips to the bed panels. So that's it. That's all we got left on this build. So I'm going to grab some dinner. I'm going to take a break before I cut some more wood. Oh wait, did you show how to ground the hub? Let's answer Kathy's question really quick. Give me 1 second. Get my drawing pad out. Let's see, is this screen synced up? There we go. Okay. This is answering Kathy's question on, did I show how to ground the power hub? So the power hub right here, there is a ground port. So if I'm drawing the power hub, this is the power hub. Let's make that black. So, okay, so this is the power hub right there. And then down here you've got all your Ecoflow connections. Just go with me on this. Then you got your little power button right there. Man, that was some crazy thunder. Jeez. Okay, so right here in red, this right here is your, let's not do red. Let's do green. So this is your ground. Okay, so in a Ford Transit, you have these, this cable down here. So in a Ford Transit, you have this 3-wire cable. And this 3-wire cable is for it goes to your tail lights. It goes to, reverse lights, the hitch ground, the reverse camera. It's just a ground for that. So what I do is I remove these. I couple them up into one connector. And now that's my one ground. And then, so let's say this is this right here is let's call this the smart hub with all the fuses in there. Okay? And what I do is I have this one ground line, and I ground this. So let's do this in, so I ground this. So this is the new chassis ground. So what I do is I ground this to the chassis ground, and then I ground this point to the chassis ground. So that's going there. So they all three go to that. So this location. So does that make sense? How's that look? So this is the tail light. So that's how I connected it. All right, guys, I'm winded. That's a long stream. So, okay, that is it for this live stream today. We are going to, we'll catch up tomorrow. We'll maybe show you the painted bed panels and stuff like that if I have time. But we gotta, bring this van in for a home run for these guys. I'm so excited to show it to them. Make sure to subscribe, hit the notification bell, give us a thumbs up, give us some more questions in the comments, and look forward to seeing you guys on the next live stream.